2216 and 24-01770, and then the accompanying tickets of 24L2873372, 24L2873373, and 24L2880741. That's City of Lansing versus Antoinette Lopez. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Deputy Assistant Attorney. Let me try that again. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring, appearing on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee, appearing on behalf of Antoinette Lopez.
And ma'am, you are Antoinette Lopez, is that correct?
I am.
Thank you. This is time set for a, these are two files that I'm called with the accompanying tickets. Mr. Gehring, how we proceed?
Well, Your Honor, I believe that the defendant asked for an additional adjournment of about 2 weeks. She has substantially complied with numerous things in this matter, so we wouldn't have an objection to that, so that she can finish up one more thing.
All right, Mr. Lee.
Yes, that is accurate, Your Honor. She has purchased insurance. She's got a vehicle. She got an interlock device installed. She got the vehicle registered, and she is in a position to get her driver's license, has an appointment to get that done next week.
Okay, and so Mr. Gehring, you'd have no objection to compliance. I'm going to check. What's the time? What's the date?
131 days.
So we're well into this case now.
We are, and normally I would say that it's something we wouldn't be behind, but she's really shown a lot of progress here. I think she deserves that opportunity.
All right, I agree. So we'll adjourn. We'll make this the final adjournment. I think we're in between. You're seeking 2 to 3 weeks. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
November 12th, and is it another final pretrial or just a pretrial?
Let's make it a final pretrial.
November 12th at 8:30.
November 12th at 8:30. That should give sufficient time to. That's in the 3-week range, I believe. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So we'll adjourn for final pretrial. And I would assume that you don't need the city doesn't need witnesses here for that.
No.
Adjourn for final pretrial for November 12th at 8:30. All right. So that please keep in contact with your attorney, Mr. Lee. It appears that Ms. Lopez, you've done everything necessary, and this is just one final adjournment so that the city can seek compliance in this matter. So we're going to adjourn it to November 12th at 8:30 for everything. So that'll be all the tickets in the 2 files.
I know where
Anything
the
else for the
entrance is for
record?
310.
Docket 24-01770. Mr. Gehring.
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set, ma'am. We'll see you on that November 12th date.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
on the cell phone ending in 4835. Could you please identify yourself?
Lisa Bodell with VMG Properties.
All right. So she's here for the 9 o'clock, I believe.
Yes.
All right, stand by. We'll call your case in a little bit, but you're here for your 9 o'clock, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
All right. And then, sir, on the Motorola Moto G, walking around. Yeah, you. Can you identify yourself? You're gonna have to unmute.
Bilal Salam. Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Salam, you're here for your 9 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
All right, stand by, and you should mute. We're gonna call some cases in front of you. All right,
Okay.
Mr. Carter's here on a case also. Is
Yeah.
that Sarah Bradley?
Yes, it is. She's,
All right. Did you want to go on Miss Bradley?
yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
She's here on Zoom, I believe. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-01760. That is City of Lansing versus Sarah Bradley. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record?
May it please the court, David B. Carter Jr. on behalf of Miss Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Gehring.
Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
And ma'am, you are Sarah Bradley, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and you can hear me all right, Miss Bradley?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a final pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer to Mr. Carter?
Well, I will go ahead and defer to Mr. Carter. I believe last we spoke, the defendant was going to attempt to get 20 hours of community service taken care of. So we'll find out where we're at with that.
All right, thank you. Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Your Honor. Miss Bradley has not been able to do any of the community service. This has been adjourned quite some time. She indicates to me that she just wishes to proceed to go to trial. She believes she has a good defense on this, so I'd ask for a trial date.
All right, so let's treat this, let's set it for jury trial, because this was set for final pretrial 30 days out on October 15th. And then it was reset due to a leave today on October. It was reset for October 22nd. So let's set it for jury trial.
Sounds good.
Yeah. All right. So we'll set for a jury trial date of
November 19th at 8:15.
November 19th at 8:15.
Your Honor, I'll be in a 2-week attempted murder trial with 3 defendants starting on the 18th in front of Judge Dragonchuk.
Right. Let's see if we can get another date then, because that's obviously, that's not going to work. That's 2 weeks, I think.
It's 4 weeks.
No, but the 2 week, he's going to be out 2 weeks. No, the week of November 18th, the week of November 25th, which is Thanksgiving. So that puts it, this puts it out to December.
Almost at 2 months. December 3rd at 8:15.
How does December 3rd at 8:15 work, Mr. Carter?
I will make that work.
All right. We'll set it for December 3rd at 8:15 for jury trial. That'll be Tuesday. So brief should be, trial briefs will be in a week before. And then under the court's new rule, we'll have to know by the Friday before, which is the Friday after Thanksgiving. But we'll keep in contact with Mr. Gehring. That the jury will be called in the Friday before, pursuant to the new policy of the court. for Monday and Tuesday jury trials. Is that your understanding, Mr. Gehring?
That's my understanding.
All right. All right. All right. Mr. Carter, we've set it for December 3rd at 8:15.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're all set. Thank you for your appearance today. In docket 20-2445. That is the City of Lansing versus Kiera Ivy. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Kiera Ivy.
And ma'am, you are Kiera Ivy, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right, thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I'll defer to the public defender at this time for a request.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Miss Ivy has scheduled an assessment. Unfortunately, she was not able to get scheduled before today, but she is scheduled on October 30th. So we'd ask for one more adjournment to get the assessment completed, allow the city attorney and I to review it, and hopefully be ready to resolve this case at the next hearing.
All right, so I can set it for final pretrial. But we'll put it, I know, because we're a little ways out. And we'll definitely be past the October 30th date. And that's the assessment date, right?
Yes, sir.
So set for final pretrial,
November 12th at 8:30.
November 12th at 8:30. So Ms. Ivy, we've set this for November 12th at 8:30. You can get a notice from my court officer. Anything else for the record? And 202445, Mr. Gehring.
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing for the defense.
All right, Ms. Ivy, you're all set. Thank you for your
Thank
appearance.
you.
We have Mr. Salam here for 9 o'clock. And then we also have LLC BMG Properties.
And I'll need to just have a quick breakout.
Quick breakout with them, okay. I think that's is that the code compliance officer?
It is.
Okay.
That should, who's here on behalf of that one right now?
I'm not. Ma'am from LLC, can you please identify yourself once again?
Lisa Bodell,
Lisa Bodell.
Bodell.
My code officer is Jeremy Weissner.
She's from the property VMG,
Yeah,
but she's not your code compliance officer.
correct.
I think, okay. All right. All right, Mr. Salam, we'll call your case. You can unmute. So we're on the record in docket 2400096. That is the city of Lansing versus Bilal Salam. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Bilal Salam.
And sir, you are Bilal Salam, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Salam?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Well, Your Honor, I think we've reached an agreement where the defendant will plead to the charge, but we will agree at your discretion for a killabrew arrangement to no upfront jail, fines and costs only.
And that's a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
And Mr. Salam, that's your understanding. You'll be pleading to the charge of trespassing. There's an agreement between the lawyers that you not receive any upfront jail in the matter. And if I follow that agreement, or if I was to deviate from that agreement, you'd have the opportunity to withdraw your plea. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
All right. And I want to make sure the ultimate penalty for this is a trespassing. Is that 90 days and or 300? Not sure.
Yeah, that's
It's a 90-day misdemeanor. I
I think
know.
it's 100.
I think
Or it's 100? Is it a 90-day or a 30-day?
90.
Okay. So the ultimate penalty you could face by pleading today is 90 days and or $100. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
All right. I'm gonna read you your misdemeanor rights in this matter and walk you through those. You have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent until proven guilty. Now the prosecutor prove beyond a reasonable doubt that you are guilty. To have witnesses against you appear at trial to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You are represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he'll be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes.
You also have the right to have the court order witnesses in your defense to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give up the claim the plea result of any promises other than what's stated on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. Will you also be you'll also be losing your right to appeal anything from trial. So since you won't be having a trial, you'll be pleading guilty to the trespassing instead. Is it your intent today, Mr. Salam, to plead guilty to the trespassing?
Yes.
Can have you raise your right hand as best you can? Do you solemnly swear or affirm, tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury? Is that a yes, sir? All right,
Yes,
thank
sir.
you. I'm going to bring your attention back to January 12th of 2024 at East Michigan Avenue on South Pennsylvania in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you present on East Michigan Avenue in South Pennsylvania on January 12th, 2024?
Yes.
And at that time, without the permission of, I think it was Sparrow, were either told to leave Sparrow or there and told to leave Sparrow, and you knowingly did not do so, knowing that you were a trespass?
Yes.
Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Gary?
Nothing from the city.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Any objection to immediate sentencing, Mr. Gary?
None, Your Honor.
All right. So allocution, Mr. Lee, on immediate sentencing. I do plan on following the Killebrew agreement.
Yeah, no, Your Honor. The only thing that we would ask the court to consider is that Mr. Salam has cooperated in this matter, has made his plea, has showed up here today to take accountability. He has been struggling with homelessness, but is making efforts. And so we just ask the court to consider that.
All right. Mr. Salam, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence? I am going to follow the Killebrew agreement, so there'll be no additional upfront jail.
No, sir.
All right. With that understanding that I'll follow the Killebrew agreement, we'll set fines and costs at $50 fine, $50 cost, crime victims' right fee of $75, and state minimum court cost fee for a total of $225. This will be abstracted and be a part of the CCH. Mr. Lee, does Mr. Salam need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Yes, Your Honor. We would ask the court to consider granting Mr. Salam at least 60 days.
All right. So let's go. We'll go 60 to 90 out.
60 days to December 23rd.
Let's go into the new year so we can get us past Christmas and the new year.
Yeah, that's probably.
January 6th.
All right. So we'll set it to the city of Lansing payments. That'll be the $225 will be due January 6th, 2024. What's that? 2025. Oh my word. January 6th, 2025. So you'll have till January 6th, 2025 to make the complete payment to the city of Lansing for $225. If you do so before then, they'll have the file and you can kind of set your own payment plan. All right, Mr. Salam?
All right.
All right. Anything else for the record in docket 2400096, Mr. Gary?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further. Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Salam, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
Yeah. I do have a McDermott here.
I believe Attorney Sean McDermott is here, so we could move forward on the Alex Awad matter. I believe if Attorney McDermott is ready to go.
I'm ready, yes.
All right, let me let everybody else in. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24L2876291. That is the city of Lansing versus Alex Awad. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr.
Sean McDermott on
McDermott.
behalf of Mr. Awad.
All right, this is the time set. I do not, so Mr. Awad is not here. Is that correct, Mr. McDermott?
That's correct, Judge. I'd ask that you waive
All
his
right.
presence.
All right, and Mr. Gehring, do you have any objection to waiving his appearance for today?
None at all, sir.
All right, thank you. All right, this is time set for a formal hearing in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
The last time I spoke with Attorney McDermott, it was indicated that his client would plead to the charge of the 1 to 5 speeding. So I believe that's where we're headed.
All right, and Mr. McDermott, is that a fair statement? You plan to accept responsibility for the speeding charge on behalf of your client?
That's correct, Judge.
All right, so and what's the fine? 135. All right. So, Mr. McDermott, just so we're working from the same, make sure we're working from the same ticket. This is ticket L287629 for conduct that occurred on July 24th, 2024. And you're admitting responsibility on behalf of Mr. Awad for being speeding 1 to 5 miles over the speed limit pursuant to the ticket. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. It comes with a fine of $135. Does Mr. Awad need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Wait, 2 weeks, Judge.
What's that? Say it again, sir. I'm sorry.
2 weeks, please.
2 weeks. All right, so we'll set it for November 5th.
Very good. Thank you,
And then
Judge.
he can Mr. Watt can make payment to the city of Lansing for the $135 fine. Anything else for the record in docket 24L2876291, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
Mr. McDermott.
No, Judge.
He can make that payment online, in person, or by phone to the city of Lansing. All right, sir?
I'll send him the information, Judge.
All right. You should be all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Yeah, thank you. Have a good day.
You too.
Who was it we had from BMG Properties?
Ma'am, I know I've asked you this before. What your name from LCC BMG Properties?
Lisa Bodell,
Lisa Kozel.
Odell.
Bodell, Bodell.
Mr. Rucker, what case are you here on from the?
Here for Deshar Harris, Your Honor, but only the one case, not all of his cases.
All right, I've got 2 tickets, an improper and a driving unregistered vehicle.
Right. I am
We
only
also-
appointed on 23-2025 OM. That's
Oh, yeah,
resisting
that's it.
obstructing.
Right, that's the. All right.
And we'll want to discuss that, Your Honor, with
All right.
Mr. Lee, because I think he believes he's been removed from everything in that matter, which may still be the case, but that would leave the defendant unrepresented in those traffic matters.
All right. So did you want? So Mr. Rucker should meet with Mr. Lee.
Well, I don't know. I'll ask Mr. Lee if
All right.
maybe something has changed,
All right.
but
All right, so stand by, Mr. Rucker, because we're trying to figure out we know what case you're here on. We're trying to figure out if he has representation on the other case.
No, nothing like having three attorneys for one defendant. I completely understand. I
right,
believe
thanks.
Jared Austin may have been appointed in at least one of his other cases, but that may be in a different court.
All right.
Okay.
So Mr. Austin.
I think he has.
All right.
Yes, with
Ms. Bulldog.
All right, so ma'am, from LCC BMG Properties, I'm gonna place you in a breakout room with the city attorney, assistant city attorney, okay?
Okay, thank you.
So you should get a prompt to go to room 2.
Okay.
We're not muted.
All right, Ms. Bird, you're here for your 9:30, is that correct? You have to unmute.
Yes, sir, I'm here.
All right, and is Mr. Lee your attorney?
Yes, sir.
All right, stand by. He's got a line of people he's meeting with, and so you'll be next in line, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Welcome. Ms. Dickey, what case are you here on, ma'am? Karen Dickey? And you'll have to unmute. Karen Dickey, what case are you here on? And you'll have to unmute.
Hello?
Can you please state your name? You're
My
under
name
the
is-
moniker of Karen Dickey.
My name is Jeffrey Smith.
Just take a spoonful of the Beijing barbecue.
All right, you're here for your 10:30, Mr. Smith?
Yes, it's supposed to be 10 o'clock.
It's 10:30,
Okay, yes.
at least on here. I'll let your lawyer know that you're here. You've got Mr. Lee from the Public Defender's Office. Is that correct?
Barbecue.
I'm not sure.
All right. You're in the right place. Stand by.
All right, thank you.
Every year, there's a barbecue dish that seems to go viral.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-288-5643. 2024 24 L288-5643, 24 L288-5651, 24 L288-5641, and 24 L288-5642. That's the City of Lansing versus Noel Alvarez. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Noel Alvarez.
And sir, you are Noel Alvarez, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gearing, how are we proceeding?
Well, Your Honor, the defendant has substantially complied with a number of things here, including the insurance registration and plate. He's provided proof of that. I'm going to go ahead and drop those charges, and he is going to plead to the disobeying traffic signal charge. That's my understanding.
All right, so that's and that is the civil infraction, correct?
Correct.
All right. What's the fine for that?
135, I believe.
And the agreement is that they plead to the civil infraction, the no proof improper plates and unregistered vehicle are going to be dismissed pursuant to compliance.
Correct.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
And Mr. Lee, you're taking responsibility on behalf of your client?
That is correct.
All right. This is for, just so we're working from the same ticket. This is ticket L288-564 for conduct that occurred on August 6, 2024 on South Martin Luther King Boulevard, at or near West Home Street in the city of Lansing, Bingham County. And at this time, you take responsibility for disobeying a traffic signal on behalf of your client. Is that correct? Mr. Lee, so you're taking, okay, thank you. All right, and I'll set the fine is set at $135. Does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Yes, he does, Your Honor. 60 days if possible.
So 60 days out.
December 23rd.
December 23rd at December 23rd, 2024, we're still in. All right, so Mr. Alvarez, you'll have 60 days to make that $135 payment to the city of Lansing. If you make it before, you can kind of set up your own plan, as long as it's all paid by December 23rd, all right, sir? The other cases, the no proof, the improper plates and unregistered vehicle are all dismissed pursuant to compliance. Anything else for the record in any one of these files of Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Alvarez, you should be all set. Thank you for your privilege. We don't, I saw that. I don't know why that's, everything I do seems to only work with mine. It doesn't seem to. And it's just,
Daniel's saying it's always been like that.
Yeah,
though, Judge.
that's how it always looks, Judge.
really?
Yeah. I don't know how to change it on that screen. That's just how it always is up there.
And it says follow. Yeah, well, that answers the question.
There we go.
I did take off then. All right, so where are we going next?
Shelby Getz.
Shelby Getz.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nathaniel. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02300. That is the City of Lansing versus Shelby Getz. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the City of Lansing.
And Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Shelby Getz.
And ma'am, you are Shelby Getz, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, I will defer to Mr. Lee for a request.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Getz has been made an offer that is dependent upon her completing the basic driver improvement course. Due to some recent health issues, she has been unable to get that scheduled. I just talked with her. We went online and looked the course up. She is aware of exactly where to go and what needs to be done. We would ask for a short 2-week adjournment to allow her time to get that done.
All right, is there any objection, Mr. Gehring?
None at all.
All right. I have this set at 53 days, so we definitely can do an adjournment for compliance purposes, 2-week adjournment. So what date's that? November 6th, 12th. So we'll adjourn for compliance to November 12th at 9:30. And Ms. Getz, you'll get a notice. You should be able to get notice from my court officer. We'll set it for November 12th at 9:30. Anything else for the record in 24-02300, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing from the city.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
All right, Ms. Getz, we'll see you on November 12th at 9:30. Thank you. Let's see, Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Oh, Your Honor, I believe we've reached an agreement where we will reduce the expired license to a failure to display. And we will take the no insurance misdemeanor to a no proof of insurance civil infraction.
The fail to display, is that a
It's a 93 days and a $200.
perfect? And then the no proof is a fine.
And I think that's 150. At least that's what I have, but things change.
No. And that's your understanding, Mr. Lee. There'll be a plea to the fail to display misdemeanor 93 days under $200, and then a reduction on the no insurance to no proof of insurance, which is $155.
That's correct.
All right. May I inquire of your client of his misdemeanor advice of rights?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Simmons, you've heard the attorneys discuss this matter. You have certain jury trial rights in your fail to display that you'll be pleading to today. And you have certain jury trial rights, and I'm going to walk you through that, okay?
Okay.
All right, so you have the right to be tried by a jury, to be presumed innocent or proven guilty, to have the prosecutor prove beyond reasonable doubt that you are guilty, to have witnesses against you appear at trial, to question any witnesses that are brought against you. You're represented today by Attorney John Lee, and he would be present to cross-examine any witnesses or contest any charges brought against you by the city of Lansing in this case. You have the right to have the court-ordered witnesses appear in your defense, to remain silent during the trial, not to have that silence used against you, and to testify at trial if you choose to testify. If your plea is accepted, you'll give the claim the plea was a result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record, or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up your right to trial, because you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading guilty to the fail to display misdemeanor instead. Is it your wish today to plead guilty to the fail to display misdemeanor?
Yes, Your Honor.
You have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury?
I do.
I'm going to bring your attention back, sir, to June 10th, 2024, at the location of South King Boulevard, West Allegan Street, in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you driving a motor vehicle on June 10th, 2024, in the city of Lansing?
Yes.
And at that time, did you fail to display a valid license when you were stopped? All right. Is that a fair? Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing. Your Honor.
All right. I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. Any objection to immediate sentencing, Mr. Gehring?
None, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No objection.
All right. Any allocution, Mr. Lee?
We would just remind the court that Mr. Simmons has appeared throughout this process, has taken responsibility for his actions, and has come into compliance on the insurance issue.
All right. So I'll set sentencing is today. There'll be no jail sentence as a part of sentencing, and then the fines and costs would go to for the fail to display are $50 fine, $50 cost, crime victims' rights fee of $75, and state fee of $50. So that'll be $225. And then there's also a $155 to the city of Lansing. So let me give you a grand total on that. So that's a total of $380 to the city of Lansing. I would anticipate that your client needs some time for that, for the full payment.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So let's set it out. So I mean, let's set it out. So we'll probably go into next year for that, because that's
Yeah, yes, and Your Honor, if I may, I have just applied for Social Security,
Okay.
disability, and I'm going through that process.
right.
I don't know how long it's gonna take. Right.
Takes a little bit of time, I think.
Okay, yeah,
So we're gonna set this out a little bit. I'd say 4 months.
I appreciate that.
Okay, so let's set it for, so the $155 will be paid on February 14th, 19th. February 19th. 2025. And so that'll be for the 155, and then for the 225, February 19th, 2025. You can pay online, in person, or by phone. And you can kind of set up your own plan, because this is out there. As long as it's all paid by February 19th, they'll have the file and you can set up your own installment if you choose. All right, sir?
Okay, thank you.
All right. Anything else for the record in 2401-778 or 777, Mr. Gary?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
You should be all set, Mr. Simmons.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. She said she's gonna pay it tomorrow, so just a couple of weeks.
I have, so Karis is here, I know that. Bird is here on Zoom. Mr. Camp's here on Zoom. Mr. Rucker's here on one of the Harris cases. Mr. Foley's here for Miss Home. Isla Home. And then Mr. Smith's. So
I think we would be ready on Miss Hill, at least right now, and then I'll check with Mr. Lee on, or if he needs to start meeting with some additional individuals.
all right, so go and kill. So Mr. is Latoya Hill one, Mr. Lee's client?
Yes.
All right. Did you want to go on Miss Hill?
I think that would be great.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402-378. That is City of Lansing versus Latoya Hill. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good morning, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Latoya Hill.
And ma'am, you are Latoya Hill, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Thank you, Your Honor. I will defer to Mr. Lee for a request.
Mr. Lee.
Your Honor, we're seeking a short 2-week adjournment. Ms. Hill had some tickets she had to pay off to be able to get her license reinstated. She has paid 300 of the 500 that is due. She is going to be paying the balance of 198 tomorrow, October 23rd, and then expects to be able to move forward with getting her license.
All right, so we'll adjourn for compliance purposes. We're in that 2-week.
November 12th.
November 12th at 9:30. So we've adjourned on November 12th at 9:30 for compliance purposes. You should get notice from my court officer, Ms. Hill, okay? Anything else for the record in 2402-378, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
You should be all set, Ms. Hill. Ms. Hill.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're ready to call the case of David Camp. So we're on the record in docket 24 L2892541. That's the City of Lansing versus David Camp. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gary.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Garing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of David Camp.
And sir, you are David Camp, is that correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you can hear me all right, Mr. Camp?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Garing, how are we proceeding?
Oh, Your Honor, I believe we've reached an agreement where I will amend this charge to a careless.
So careless driving is a 4-point, is it a 3?
I have it a 3.
Yeah. It's a 3-point civil infraction. And what's the fine associated?
I have $215.
That sounds right. But I don't know what the new,
Yeah.
I think we added $5 to everything.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to find the code. And I used to know.
I used to have a cheat sheet and then it was outdated
So I'd love to get one of those.
pretty quick. But I think they raised everything $5.
220.
220.
20.
All right, and that's your understanding, Mr. Lee, that there'll be an amended ticket, the amendment to the careless driving, a 3-point civil infraction, with the fine being $220. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
All right. And you'll be accepting responsibility on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right, so this is for just so we're working from the same ticket, this is for ticket L289254. And that is for conduct which occurred on September 5th, 2024 at East Kavanaugh at or near Aurelia in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. It's my understanding you're admitting responsibility for Mr. Camp being in violation of the careless driving civil infraction on that date and time. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right.
That's Your Honor.
We'll set the fine at $220. This will be abstracted to, of course, to Secretary of State. Does your client need some time to make that payment, Mr. Lee?
He would request 60 days. Your Honor.
All right. So 60 days out to the city of Lansing.
I'm sorry.
60 days out.
December.
All right, so payment can be made to the city of Lansing on or before December 23rd of 2024. Mr. Camp, that'll be a $220 payment. And you can kind of, if you do beforehand, you can kind of set up your own installment plan as long as it's all paid by December 23rd. All right, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right. Anything else for the record in 24L289-2541, Mr. Gary?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Lee.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Camp, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
And then. All right, Ms. Bird, we'll call your case. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402-439. That is, and the accompanying tickets. That is City of Lansing versus Crystal Bird. Will the parties please indicate their presence for the record? Mr. Garing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Garing on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Crystal Bird.
And ma'am, you are Crystal Bird, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you can hear me all right, Ms. Bird?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Gehring, how we proceed?
Your Honor, I believe we've reached an agreement whereby we will have the defendant plead to the failure to stop, and we will drop the unlawful display of license.
Failed to stop is a civil infraction, correct?
Correct.
What's the fine on that?
I think it's 135, sir.
135 sounds. 145.
Gone up?
There's an accident.
Yeah,
Oh.
so that's $10 for. Damage to property. All right. So it is and then that would be a dismissal of the misdemeanor unlawful use. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee? You'll be accepting responsibility for Ms. Bird for the $145 failed to stop within a clear distance, and with a plea to the civil infraction, the misdemeanor is dismissed.
That is correct. Your
All
Honor.
right. So we're working from the same ticket. This is for ticket conduct that occurred. It's on ticket L288531. It's conduct that occurred on Miller and Penn in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. And it is the allegation that Miss Bird, it's your admission that Miss Bird failed to stop within a assured clear distance of an accident in violation of the city of Lansing code.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, and that will assess a $145 fine. And does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
She would request 60 days to make that payment.
So 60 days out was December 23rd. So we'll do December 23rd for the 145 payment to the city of Lansing. So, Ms. Bird, you can pay online, in person, or by phone, and you can set up your own installment plan as long as it's all paid by December 23rd. Okay, ma'am?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything else for the record in 2402439, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Bird, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you want to try Mr. Foldy, or have you talked to Mr. Foldy?
I have not spoken with Mr. Foley, I don't believe.
Yes, I think he's here on this phone. And then Mr. Rucker, Mr. Lee's meeting on the Harris case with them right now, okay?
Very good. I just sent an email to Attorney Gehring regarding some information
All right.
with how we had planned to resolve the case prior to Mr. Harris's FTA in June.
All right,
I'm
thank
going
you.
to take a look at that now, and we'll get going on that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Did you want to meet with Mr. Foldy, or?
I would like to meet with Mr.
All right.
Foley. Thank you.
So, Mr. Foldy, once the assistant city attorney joins us, I'm going to place you in a breakout room with him, okay?
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. And then, Mr. Foldy, you should get a prompt to go to room 3.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Dossi, you're here on the LLC BMG Properties case. Mr. Dossi, you're here on that case? Oh, he's still connecting to audio.
That's something accomplished today. Hey, first.
All right, Mr. Gearing, are you ready on Mr. Foldy's case? Mr. Gearing, can you hear me? Oh, is it me?
I can hear you, Judge, if it's any consolation.
All right, perfect.
Not sure exactly. I'm gonna go again.
Yeah, I'm not sure Mr. Gearing can hear us. Mr. Foldy, we're gonna call your case next as soon as we figure out why Mr. Gearing can't hear us.
I appreciate that, Judge. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah. The judge is asking if you're ready to go.
Oh, there we go.
Something. Can you hear him? Your meter, your speakers are muted.
I can hear.
I got off the Zoom. You're not on Zoom anymore? No. Well, yeah.
So, Mr. Gearing, can you hear me?
C-H-E-N-E. Yeah.
I can hear you.
You might still be on Zoom. Yeah, I'm in the room,
right.
but I got out of the other one, and then of course I muted it too. Gotcha. So he was asking for this when I came out. Okay, appreciate that.
Mr. Gearing, we could hear you. I don't know if you could hear us.
Well, I couldn't. As soon as I left that room, I'm thinking, oh, I'm out of Zoom. No, you're out of the room.
You're out of the.
You're not out of
We,
Zoom.
we heard everything, though, like, I don't know what, this was working, it's not working, but this is much easier here. All right. So we're on the record in docket 2402-698. That is City of Lansing versus Isla Home. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Garing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Foldy.
Morning, Your Honor. Jeffrey Foldy on behalf of Isla Home, who is appearing by Zoom as well.
All right, and ma'am, you are Isla Elizabeth Home, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, you can hear me all right, Ms. Home?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Garing, how are we proceeding?
Well, Your Honor, we're going to ask for a 30-day adjournment on this one so that Ms. Holm can take a basic driver improvement course, and then we're going to move forward with the matter from there.
All right, and that's a fair statement, Mr. Foldy?
It is, Judge.
All right, let's adjourn for 30 days to
November 19th.
November 19th at 9 o'clock. All right, so we'll adjourn the request of City of Lansing and Ms. Holm for adjournment for 30 days for compliance purposes or for November 19th at 9 o'clock. Anything else for the record in 2402-698, Mr. Garing?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Foldy?
Nothing, Judge.
All right, Ms. Holm, we'll see you on November 19th at 9 o'clock. Thank you for your appearance today.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you, Judge.
Foldy.
Thank you.
So Mr. Dosky, I'm going to place you in a room with the Assistant City Attorney. I'll put him in room 2.
Sounds good.
And then I'll put yourself in room. You should get a prompt to go to room 2.
Got it.
All right, Mr. Weiss, you're here for your 10:30. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Stand by. You're in the right place. We got a few cases to call in front of you. Mr. Weiss, are you represented by counsel today?
Yes.
You are. So, Mr. Weiss, do you know who did you make application to the public defender's office?
Hold on, can you repeat that?
Did you make application to the public defender's office?
No,
Oh, who's representing you then?
I'm not even sure. I just got the letter in the mail saying I got to come to court today.
That's your notice. I don't know if that's your notice to be in court. I was just wondering who represents you. And you indicated that you may or may not be represented by the public defender's office.
I'm not sure. I'm not even
All
sure.
right. I don't. All right. We'll see what Mr. Lee says. Yeah. All right, Mr. Weiss, you're in the right spot. I'm just going to see if you have a lawyer. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. I can't represent myself.
You can, but if you're already represented, we'll talk to Mr. Lee first. He's from the public defender's office. So stand by and let me check.
He's here in person.
So, Mr. Gehring, should I bring back Mr. Dossi?
Yes, sure.
All right. Let's bring back Mr. Dossi.
And you can bring Ms. Bovell, I think, as well. We're gonna go ahead and take care of this right now.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24004551. That is the City of Lansing versus LLC and BMG Properties. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Ma'am, you're here on behalf of LLC BMG Properties, is that correct?
Yes.
And what's your name for the record?
Lisa Bodell, Bodell.
Right, and you can hear me. You can hear me all right, ma'am?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Well, Your Honor, in order for VMG to take care of this property, they first need to complete the eviction proceeding. That has been slow going. They've been unable to do that. We've also had a change with our code compliance officer. Bryce Dossi is now on that matter. We would ask for an adjournment of at least 30 days so that we can get an update later from VMG on how the eviction proceeding is going.
I have that this has been an ongoing issue because there was an eviction proceeding started in August-ish, I guess.
And Ms. Bovell may be able to speak to kind of what's going on and why that's taking so long, but obviously they can't do anything until they've got the ability to.
And is that a fair statement from LLC BMG Properties?
Yes.
All right. And in what court is the eviction process going through?
54A.
All right. Do you know what judge you're in front of, or you're?
Well, we started it in August, and then Ray accepted September rent, and our attorney told us that we had to restart the eviction because we had accepted rent. And so he didn't get it to the court until October 3rd. And we don't have a date yet or a file number yet.
All right. All right, because I showed this was a show caused in June 13th, but all right, back in June 13th was the initial show cause. I'll grant the adjournment for the What we're waiting, as you know, what we're waiting for is that eviction process, and you're probably waiting on a pretrial.
Correct.
No.
Yeah.
So you don't have your pretrial date yet, ma'am?
Correct.
All right. All right, let's reset out for 30 days and we'll revisit this. So. We'll set it 30 days out.
November 14th.
We'll set it for November 14th at 9.
Okay.
All right, so it's set for November 14th at 9 o'clock, and then we'll revisit the issue on that date. Anything else for the record? In 2400045551, Mr. Gehring.
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set, ma'am. Thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Bryce.
And then Mr. Dossi, you're also all set. Mr. Harris is talking to Mr. Lee, I think.
Yeah, we could probably let Mr. Rucker know that, since he thinks he and I are gonna be able to finish our part up, which we could if the defendant was here. We could maybe bifurcate the issues if it were.
So, Mr. Rucker, Mr. Harris is talking to the public defender. So I'll call that case as when everybody gets back.
Very good, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Rucker, we can call your case first. So we're on the record in docket 23-02025. That is City of Lansing versus Jack Rucker. I'm sorry. City of Lansing versus Deshar.
Glad to
Harris.
be in Eaton County right now, Your Honor.
Please get that fixed.
Yeah, I want to make sure you got that right. Appearances for the record, Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Rucker.
Thank you, Your Honor. Jack Rucker appearing on behalf of Mr. Deshar Harris. Counsel appears by Zoom. Defendant is present in the courtroom.
Thank you. And sir, you are Deshar Harris, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial on the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Your Honor, we are going to go ahead and dismiss the hinder and obstruction and amend the trespass to a disorderly conduct.
All right, so this is a so it would be an amended count one, right?
Correct.
I think an amended count one.
Count one was, well, count one was the hinder and oppose?
Yeah, it was the count one's the hinder opposed, and count two is the occupied dwelling. Inner or occupy the dwelling.
Yeah, the trespass.
Yeah, the trespass. And then so maybe we can add a count three of just the civil infraction. And then dismiss counts 1 and 2.
That would be fine.
So add count 3 of the civil infraction. And what was the civil infraction again?
The civil infraction is going to be disorderly conduct.
Under the city code, is that correct?
Correct.
Is there a misdemeanor? Is there a civil infraction disorderly? And do you have the code?
I think
breach of the peace.
Breach of the peace.
Yeah. 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 What's the fine for that? 150. All right. So in my understanding, and probably the easiest way is the admission of responsibility on the count 3, which is the civil infraction breach of the peace, and then counts 1 and 2 are dismissed. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Gehring?
Yes, Your Honor.
And Mr. Rucker, you'll be admitting to the breach of the peace, the civil infraction on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And with the understanding that as a part of the resolution, counts 1 and 2 are dismissed without prejudice. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Correct, Your Honor.
All right. So this is for conduct that occurred in count 3, the civil infraction of the breach of the peace. It's a $150 fine. This is for a conduct that occurred on February 3rd, 2023. And you admit responsibility for your client being in the city of Lansing and being responsible for breach of the peace on that day. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. With that understanding, I'll assess a fine of $150. Counts 1 and 2 of the original warrant are dismissed without prejudice. And does your client need some time to make that $150 payment to the city of Lansing, Mr. Rucker?
I'll defer to my client on that.
Mr. Harris? 60 days. 60 days? I think we have a date. So we'll set it, payment can be made to the city of Lansing by December 23rd, 2024, that $150 payment, and be paid online, in person, or by phone. And you can actually set up your own plan as long as it's all paid by that December 23rd date. Okay, sir? Anything else for the record in 23-02025, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Rucker?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you should be all set. Thank you for your appearance on that file. And then I've got Mr. Lee on the other 2 files. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24L2862282 and 24L2862232. That is the City of Lansing versus Deshar Harris. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city. Again, Your Honor, I'll put my appearance on the record.
All right, so we're on the record, Mr. Gehring.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
This is for 24L28-62282 and 24L28-6232. Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Deshar Harris.
And sir, you are once again Deshar Harris, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial on the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding, or do you like to defer to Mr. Lee?
I believe we have a resolution in this matter, Your Honor. The defendant will plead to speeding 11 to 15. He has made strides on the other matter, so we're going to go ahead and dismiss the insurance civil infraction as well as the improper plate misdemeanor.
All right, so the improper plate is that goes to 24L28-62282. And that's dismissed per plea agreement. All right, and then what's in the 21 to 25 over is the civil infraction, is that correct?
Correct.
All right, and that'll be, so that's a plea to the count one of the civil infraction.
Amended to 11 to 15.
Amended to 11 to 15. To 11 to 15, and what's the fine on that?
$160 is what I have.
That sounds right. And then we have the no, this is second. I have the ticket written on Saginaw and Sycamore. I'm just confirming the fine on that. And then the drove on the unregistered vehicle, which is the second file. What's the plan on that?
We're going to go ahead and dismiss that. He's taking care of those issues.
Did we, is that 160? Okay. All right, so that your understanding is the, I want to make sure 24L28-62282. It's a plea to 11-15, speeding 11 to 15, which comes with a admission of responsibility, $160 fine, and then dismiss the improper plate as part of the plea negotiations And then dismiss without prejudice also as part of the plea negotiation, the driving of an unregistered vehicle. Is that your understanding, Mr. Lee?
That is my understanding.
All right, and so you'll be taking responsibility on behalf of your client for the speeding of 11 to 15, $160 fine.
Yeah, sure.
All right, just so we're working from the same ticket, this is for ticket on L286228 for conduct that occurred on April 16, 2024 at the offense location of Saginaw and Sycamore, and you accept responsibility for your client being 11 to 15 over the speed limit.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. That comes with a $160 fine. Does your client need some time to make that to the city of Lansing?
Was 60 days to make payment.
So $160 to be paid to the city of Lansing. And are we still using like December 23rd? So that can all be paid by December 23rd to the city of Lansing. As long as, so all the entire $160 payment to be paid by December 23rd. So you can kind of make up your own plan as long as it's all paid by then. Anything else for the record in 24 L2862282 or 24 L2862232, Mr. Gehring?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Harris, you should be all set. Thank you. Who did you want to call next? Or did you need to meet with anyone?
I need to meet with anyone. Do you have some folks?
Probably. I gotta see who wants to. Who's to meet with the public defender, John? We can do Levante.
All right. What's the name again, Mr. Lee?
Levante Williams, Your Honor.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 2401661. That is the city of Lansing versus Levante Williams. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good morning, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender John Lee, appearing on behalf of Lee Bonte Williams.
And sir, you are Lee Bonte Williams, is that correct? Right. All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Lee at this time.
Mr. Lee.
Your Honor, we've reached an agreement with the city attorney. Per that agreement, Mr. Williams will have to complete the highway safety class. He has that class scheduled for October 27th. And so we would ask for a short 2-week adjournment to allow him time to complete that class so that we can come back in and resolve the case.
All right, and that's your understanding, Mr. Gehring?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I'm going to adjourn. It'll be the last adjournment granted because we have 2 adjournments built in, and then we had it looks like a failed to appear out of September 24th. That looks like it's been cleared up for whatever reason. All right, so we'll adjourn this, the last adjournment for and we'll set it for final pretrial.
November 12th.
Say it again.
November 12th at 8:30.
November 12th at 8:30. All right, so we're resetting it for November 12th at 8:30 for final pretrial. And I would, since we are setting final pretrial, Do witnesses have to be subpoenaed for that? Mr. Lee, did you want?
I don't think that
All
would be
right.
necessary.
All right,
If that's where they're at, then I'll get them.
all right, but
But
right now,
something else.
I'm gonna put no witnesses to be subpoenaed for that date, just as my notes, and then we'll go from there on that date. Anything else for the record at 2401-661, Mr. Garrett?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Williams, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
Needs to talk to the public defender. Yes, sir.
Because we do have a show cause, that just showed up. and we
Really?
wanted to do one of those.
Who showed up?
Ronald Brock. He actually showed up. He's in the hallway. I told him it might be a minute, so. But
All right.
How you doing, Joel?
No, I think we're.
Don't anymore either.
Where's Mr. Oh, this was just sent to me for review.
I don't know why it's in here, so.
I don't know either.
Kind of helps me.
Is that on the docket anywhere? What is it?
No,
No.
that's what was confusing to me.
Okay, I'll take care of that. What is it? It's something that was set for review, not set for hearing. I mean, it's sent to the judge. To run it with it.
Oh, it's a set aside default.
You have a lawyer, I'm assuming. Mr. Lee's your lawyer? No, not there? Yeah.
But you do now.
No, he's appointed.
Well, and
I'll get, this is a set aside.
Oh, okay.
And the dolly cost.
Oh, is that what it is? Is that the one he kept waiting here and
So-
here?
So I default.
Yeah. Oh, he still has a license.
So I need to dismiss it. Yeah, then Megan, if you want to go get that show cause, well,
Okay. I will
put that on the
see.
record. Mr. Broughton. What? Mr. Jones. These are Mr. Terry's files. Where's Mr. Broughton? Maybe I'll be able to find Mr. Brown.
It appears I may have scared him off when I said that it's gonna be a minute.
It's gonna be a minute. Well, we'll wait.
Dale said he went on the elevator, so maybe he's just using the bathroom.
Yes. What was the fine for that? I have 150.
Oh. So it does.
If Bishop is failed to appear,
Maybe we get a piece of.
Gonzalez maybe failed to appear. So I have FTAs that will call Mr. Gehring. Is Bishop and Gonzalez are FTAs, right?
it appears that way so far. I
We'll
know
call him
Miss-
at the end. I'm just.
Yeah. So far, I don't think he's there.
Okay. That's fine. Thank you very much. Judge, have you heard from Mr. Blackman at all?
Yes, as he put it, he's being held hostage in Judge Kennedy's court.
Oh,
Did you hear that?
So your attorney's in another court. He's contacted us, and so we're just waiting for him to come out of that court. He's in Judge Kennedy's court right now.
He's on his way.
He's on his way.
Correct. He said he does. Sounds like a good idea. Sounds like I'm not much. No, it's okay. I can miss a few bunches. No, check it out.
She's very candid.
Do I gotta stay on the screen or can I go feed my son?
Mr. Weiss, you don't have to stay on the screen. Just make sure that you can hear what's going on.
Okay.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01155. It's the City of Lansing show cause. And sir, you are Ronald Broughton, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This time set for a show cause on a City of Lansing payment. They've got owing City of Lansing $150, and we gave an initial date. Do you need some more time to make that payment? I've got a $150 fine.
Yes, please.
All right. About how long do you need?
I could break it down in increments, $25 every week, starting next.
Let's put you on a plan, okay? Let's do that. So let's do as of today's date. And we'll do, so you're indicating $25 every 2 weeks?
Yeah, that'll work.
Does that'll work?
Starting next Tuesday.
Yeah, so let's do starting next, so we'll do Wednesday, October 30th.
Okay.
And that'll be October 30th, $25. And then we'll put another October, that's October 30th. Then we'll do 2 weeks from there. And that'll be, so November 13th. Wednesday, November 13th, $25. And then Wednesday, November 27th, everybody's favorite, right before Thanksgiving, $25. And then December 11th, $25. December 20, we'll make it January 1st. Let's do it January 2nd. That'll give you more than a couple of weeks, but it just works better with the calendar. So January 2nd, 2025, be $25. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then the last will be made on maybe 2 weeks, from January 2nd. Whatever that
The
be.
16th.
My calendar didn't go up that high. January 16th, 2025, that'll be $25. So if you do starting next, I'm gonna put it Wednesday, the day after Tuesday. If you do it every 2 weeks, that Wednesday, it'll be paid up by January 16th. All right, sir? All right. All right, I will not issue show cause for your appearance today. You should be all set. Thank you.
I have form 4.
Oh,
Mr. Broughton, we'll have a form for you.
yeah, let's get your form so you have it in writing. All right. Yeah.
You can wait out there, that's fine. There you go.
All right, Mr. Lee, what are you ready to go on?
In several cases,
Let me ask you, right, is Mr. Weiss on your list?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the answer. I think we have that he made application, but no decision was made. We'll put it on the record just to protect him.
Okay.
Yeah,
Your office didn't have the application.
yeah, so you may be meeting with him depending on what he wants to do. But let's find out, because I don't know. It's a big question mark. All right, Mr. Lee, who did you want to call?
I think we might have to do a, I think we're ready for Zavala, Your Honor.
Zavala. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24L2882611. That is the City of Lansing versus Juan Zavala. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Garing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Garing on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Juan Zavala.
And sir, you are Juan Zavala, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter Mr. Gehring, how we proceed?
Your Honor, I will defer to Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Mr. Zabala has been working quite a bit and does want to get his driver license, but has not been able yet to follow up with the Secretary of State to do that. I have advised him that we will ask for one more adjournment, and if the court is kind enough to grant it, that he will have to have something resolved by the time we come back.
All right. Yeah, so I think that's a fair statement. For compliance purposes, I will grant one more adjournment, but we're running out of time. We're just running out of time. Mr. Gehring, anything concerning the request for adjournment?
Nothing concerning from my.
All right. So we'll adjourn for 3 weeks. November 12th at 9:30. So you will get notice from my court officer for that November 12th at 9:30 date. I placed on here last adjournment since this is getting a little long. Anything else for the record in docket 24L2882611, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
All right, Mr. Zavala, we'll see you on November 12th. Thank you. When your eyes get all sweaty and where are we going next, Mr. Gehring?
I believe it'll be Cedric Boyd, Your Honor.
Boyd. All right, so we're on the record in docket 23-02274. That is City of Lansing versus Cedric Boyd. Appearances for the record, Mr. Duchesne.
Dan Duchesne for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Cedric Boyd.
And sir, you are Cedric Boyd, is that correct? Yes, all right, thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Duchesne, how are we proceeding?
Defer to Mr. Lee for a request.
Mr. Lee.
Your Honor, Mr. Boyd is set to take driver's test at the Secretary of State. He's got to get the precise date and time scheduled yet, but he's been working quite a bit and has finally gotten himself to the point to where he's comfortable to go take the test, and he intends to do that shortly. So we'd ask for one more short adjournment to allow him time to do that.
All right, this has to be the last adjournment because I also have a somewhat of history of failing to appear on this matter, but
came late.
All right, well, I've got 1, 2, 3 came late, so it's just getting old. The case is just getting old. Okay, I'm going to grant the adjournment, a final adjournment. But Mr. Duchesne, do you have any comment on from the city's perspective?
As far as the adjournment, I have no objection. I just ask that it's enough time so that way we don't have to continue.
All right. So let's adjourn one. We'll grant one final adjournment. And let's get it 3 weeks out. I think is that. That what is November 12th?
At 9:30.
November 12th at 9:30 for the final adjournment. We'll actually set it for pre-trial on that final pre-trial.
Final pre-trial?
Yeah, we'll set it for final pre-trial.
8:30 then.
8:30?
Still on the 12th?
Still on the 12th, yeah. So it's set for final pre-trial on that date. Anything else for the record in 23-02274, Mr. Duchesne?
Judge, would you want witnesses subpoenaed for that date?
I don't. Unless Mr. Lee sees it necessary, I don't see it necessary. Mr. Lee.
No, we don't think that witnesses are necessary.
All right. We've set it for November 12th at 8:30 for final pretrial. Mr. Boyd, thank you for your appearance today. You're all set.
She went on last one, else gets one. Okay, that's fine. Oh, that's fine.
I can call, well, Mr. Williams is on. That's a pre-trial. Mr. Williams, are you represented by counsel today, Anthony Williams? And you'll have to unmute.
I'm not sure.
You're not sure. All right. I don't have you represented today, but let me ask the public defender if he's got you on the list. So stand by, all right, sir?
Okay.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Is that Anthony Williams?
That's another. And I think Mr. Gonzalez is also here. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
You want to call that case, that 9 o'clock case?
Sure.
All right.
We can go on Gonzalez, Sean.
Find that. All right, we'll call Mr. Gonzalez's case. We're on the record in docket 24-02280. That is the city of Lansing versus Joseph Gonzalez. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Joseph Gonzalez.
And sir, you are Joseph Gonzalez, is that correct? Thank you. This is the time set for pre-trial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how we proceed?
I will defer to Mr. Lee for a request.
Mr. Lee.
Your Honor, Mr. Gonzalez reports that he is in the process of following up with the Secretary of State to see if he can get his license. Does not have one right now, but would like to come into compliance and ask the court for an adjournment to do so.
Mr. Gehring.
No objection to that.
All right, I have this case is only, it's started in August, but I'm going to grant the adjournment for compliance purposes. There's an expired plate ticket that has an outstanding balance. Is that correct, Mr. Lee? I've got a 165 balance that one was forfeited.
Yes, that's right. Your Honor.
And then this is on the misdemeanor. If I'm correct, let's see.
Thought the no registration was docketed for today.
I have license, no license, misdemeanor, and then the registration and or plate was a previous fail to appear that it just defaulted.
Okay.
That's a civil infraction. So I'm gonna adjourn so there's $165 on the civil infraction payment to the city of Lansing. That's got a balance of 165. I'll adjourn the misdemeanor for compliance purposes. And we'll grant a 1-month adjournment. November 19th at 9 a.m. So, Mr. Gonzalez, you should be back here November 19th at 9 a.m. for the unlicensed driver ticket, which is a misdemeanor, and then we'll go from there. Anything else for the record in 240-2280, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Gonzalez, you're all set. What did you want to go on next?
I believe the Dilts matter is ready. Your Honor.
Brandon Dilts. Right, so we're on the record in docket 24L2875991. That is the city of Lansing versus Brandon Dilts. Parties, please introduce themselves for the record. Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Brandon Dilts.
And sir, you are Brandon Dilts, is that correct? All right, thank you. This is the time set for pretrial in the matter. Mr. Gehring, how are we proceeding?
Oh, Your Honor, I believe we've reached an agreement where we will amend the misdemeanor no registration to a civil infraction impeding.
And what's the fine on the impeding?
I believe it's 135.
135? I think that's a coverall kind of.
That's the only reason I came to that conclusion.
Yep, 135. All right, so that amends count 1 of the ticket. Count 1 to impeding. And is that your understanding, Mr. Lee? You'll be admitting responsibility to the civil infraction of impeding traffic with a $135 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And that's your understanding, Mr. Dilts, is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So we're working from the same ticket. This is for conduct that occurred on ticket 287599. That is it happened is while operating a motor vehicle as on South Cedar and Long Street in the city of Lansing. And you're admitting responsibility on behalf of Mr. Dilts for conduct on June 17, 2024 in relation to impeding traffic. Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
That comes with a $135 fine. Does your client need some time to make that payment to the city of Lansing?
Yes, Your Honor, we would request 60 days.
All right. So if I remember, that's December 23rd. So the payment can be made to the city of Lansing by December 23rd for $135. Anything else for the record in 24L2875991 of Mr. Garrett?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further. Your Honor.
Right, so full payment for the $135 can be made by December 23rd. You'll receive a notice and some paperwork from my court officer. You can set up your own installment plan, but as long as it's all paid off by December 23rd. All right, Mr. Diltz, you're all set.
Some issues down.
Okay. Adjourn.
What's next, Mr. Duchesne?
Mr. Dickens.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 22L2748022. That is the City of Lansing versus William Dickens. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Duchesne.
Dan Duchesne for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of William Dickens.
And sir, you are William Dickens, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial, City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Duchesne, how we proceed?
My understanding that Mr. Dickens intends to obtain his license and would request an adjournment for that purpose, and the city has no objection.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
So request an adjournment for compliance. And we're looking at about 30 days.
That sounds about
All
right.
right.
November 19th.
So we will adjourn this matter for the indicated reasons on the record until November 19th at 9 a.m. And Mr. Dickens, you'll get notice from my court officer for that November 19th date. Anything else for the record in 22L2748022, Mr. Duchesne?
Nothing for the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
You should be all set, Mr. Dickens.
Thank you. Appreciate you. From beyond your phone number here. Okay. I'm not gonna have any problem, you know, but I do have some. That's your call. I appreciate you.
Absolutely.
I want some adjournment. Yeah. To figure stuff out.
Yes, okay. Yeah, that's cool.
We're ready to proceed on to Bassage.
Noah DeBassage.
Okay. The Bassage. The Bassage. Yeah.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24024880. That is the City of Lansing versus Noah DeBassage. Will the parties please introduce themselves to the record? Mr. Duchesne.
Dan Duchesne for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee appearing on behalf of Noah Calvin DeBassage.
And sir, you are Noah DeBassage, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Duchesne, how are we proceeding?
I'm going to defer to Mr. Lee for a request.
All right, Mr. Lee.
Your Honor, Mr. DeBassage requests a public defender. It is unclear as to whether that request was made at the arraignment. However, we do not have any file for him at this point. So what I've done is I've given him my business card. I've written the office's main number on it. I've advised him to call and make an application for the public defender.
All right. So let's adjourn it out so that we'll give Mr. DeBassage some time to seek or confirm counsel, you know, and I'm assuming that he'd have to make application.
Yes, sir.
All right. So,
No objection.
what's that? All right. So he did request it. It just the paperwork never got
For
through.
whatever
All
reason,
right.
yeah.
All right. So we'll adjourn for 2 to 3 weeks.
That should be sufficient.
Adjourn for 2 to 3 weeks. And then, Mr. DeBoss, you'll have to follow up because just to make sure that the public defender, you've got the card and everything. All right. So we've set it for November 12th at 9:30. And you'll get notice from my court officer for that date. You should probably give it to them. They should have that date too. Once you make your application, I'll make sure they have that date, November 12th at 9:30. All right. All right. Anything else for the record in 24-02480, Mr. Duchesne?
Nothing for the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
No, sir, nothing for that.
All right.
Yes, okay, that's great.
So if you take a seat right there, we'll make sure and get you the notice from the computer. And my court officer's right there, so. Yeah, I know she was.
Be careful.
She was going to get you a drink.
Yes.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
I know.
All right. So, Mr. Weiss, I'm going to put you in a room with Mr. Lee. Does that make, all right?
That's fine.
All right. So, Mr. Weiss, if I'm going to put you in a room with Mr. Lee, the public defender, and you can discuss your case, all right?
Okay.
So you get a prompt to go to room 1? So Mr. Blackman's here and Mr. Pfeiffer. Do you want to start calling the early FTAs just to move them?
Yeah.
Well, let's go with Mr.
Yeah.
Black. Mr. Blackman, are you done with Mr. Kennedy? With Judge Kennedy?
Are you ever done with Judge Kennedy?
You know, I just looked at him, he's on the phone, so I had to barge in his office, you know. Here.
All right.
Judge, do you have the assessment of my client?
We have so many files today, I don't know. So, but if I do, I'll.
The reason I'm asking.
Well, you showed it to me.
Yeah.
I didn't keep a copy.
You didn't keep a copy? The reason I'm saying is I don't, because I do have the assessment with me today, Judge, and he's done the programs. I wondered if the court after we plead would go to immediate sentencing or not.
I have the.
We might have it, yeah.
I've got a certification of completion for highway safety seminar.
And I've got that, and also I just handed the city attorney the victim impact panel that he's completed. And the assessment that I've got recommends both of those. If I thought we sent one of the assessments to the court.
I have the assessment.
Okay.
I just don't have any recommendations. I have the highway safety seminar certification and completion. And I have the and I have the complete, the certification, but
yeah, we have a plea to put on and then.
All right. I think it doesn't. I have to, statutorily, I think I've got to go to probation. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-01919. That is the City of Lansing versus Aaron Pfeiffer. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the City of Lansing.
Your Honor, Fred Blackman on behalf of Mr. Pfeiffer, he's standing to my right.
And sir, you are Aaron Pfeiffer, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Gehring, how we proceed?
Well, Your Honor, we'd asked the defendant to do a couple of things that included an alcohol highway safety education course as well as a victim impact statement. He did those things. I applaud him for that. And we have agreed at this time to go ahead and amend the BAC to an impaired. So the clear high BAC charge to an impaired.
So count one would be amended to the impaired.
Correct.
Is that a fair statement, Mr. Black?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. So this would be an amendment of count one. One. To impaired. Driving, and I believe that is a 90-day and or
93-day.
93-day and or 300?
Yes.
Does that sound right?
It does.
All right, 93 days and or $300. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Blackman, the amendment of count one?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. So it is punishable by 93 days and or $300. The ultimate punishment would be the ultimate punishment. I'm going to walk you through your misdemeanor jury trial rights. You've signed this advice of rights form indicating that there are 12 rights and you're familiar with those rights. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So I'll just hit the high ones. You understand you have a right to be tried by a jury, to not to testify in your own defense, and not to have any silence in this case used against you. Do you understand that, sir? Yes, sir. Okay. You'll be if your plea is accepted, you'll give the claim the plea result of any promises other than what's been stated on the record or threats that it was not your choice to plead guilty. You'd also be giving up the right to appeal anything from trial, since you won't be having a trial. You'll be pleading to the amended count one of impaired driving. Is it your intent to plead to the amended count one of impaired driving, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. I'm going to bring your attention. So please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under penalty of perjury.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. I'm going to bring your attention back to December 23rd of 2023 at the offense location of Churchill and West Holmes Road in the city of Lansing, Ingham County. Were you operating a motor vehicle open to a place to the general public on December 23rd, 2023?
Yes, Your Honor.
And that was in the city of Lansing on Churchill and West Holmes Road.
Yes, Your Honor.
And at that time, through the consumption of alcohol or intoxicants, were you impaired at the time you were operating the vehicle?
Yes, Your Honor.
Anything towards a factual basis, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing from the city.
Mr. Black?
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you.
I find the factual basis to be knowing, voluntarily, and accurately made. I think statutorily I have to refer to probation, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Although it's pretty much it's pretty much the certificate and it's pretty much what's requested. That's what they're going to be looking at.
I understand that, Judge. I think statutorily that has to be referred for an assessment, at least for assessment. We've done that.
You've done that, yeah.
Yeah, and so
but I think statutorily it has to go to probation so they can look at the.
Yeah.
That's
they'll want to see the SAA.
They're going to want to
see
see
two things
it.
are done, and then
Yep. I know.
Okay.
It's gotta be reviewed by somebody who says it's reviewable, I guess.
That's how I understand.
Yeah, that's my
Just
understanding.
make sure that he did the things that it said to do. Which
I
he
can
did.
tell you what'll happen. If I don't, they'll tell me they need to review something that it's already been reviewed. So we'll refer to probation, go down to the 5th floor. You can indicate to them that you've done the highway certificate completion. It's in the file. I've got it in the file. And then we'll set it for sentence. I don't know if it has to be set out that as far, but usually we give them some time, but I mean, they've got everything.
Yeah, we were
So
hoping for immediate sentencing, but now that you say that, I think they would
I
come
think
back and tell you.
that's what they've done in the past. They've done in the past is you have to, it has to be reviewed by somebody other than me.
Judge, I'm free Saturday morning.
Okay. You are not free Saturday morning. I know that.
I'm a Judge Kennedy Saturday.
So we'll set for sentencing.
I'm gonna go ahead and set it within the terms that we're supposed to. if
Okay.
that's Mr. Blackman, are you available on December 17th at 1:30?
Yes. December
Why
17th.
do I think I'm getting an email from Rochelle?
So we'll set it for December 17th at 1:30. Mr. Pfeiffer, just go down there, and what they're gonna do is they're gonna do a report for me. You've pretty much done everything you need to do, all right? Anything else for the record in 24-01919, Mr. Garrett?
Nothing. Your Honor.
Mr. Black?
Nothing. Your Honor.
You're all set. Thank you, sir.
Does he need to take any paperwork with him down there? or-
I don't think so. I think
I'll
his,
get his file done. I'll be there shortly. There's Mr. Blackman, you get a notice too.
Why?
Mr. Lee, did you have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Weiss?
I did, Your Honor. Mr. Weiss is going to make an application for the Public Defender's Office and request that his matter be reset.
All right, let's go and put that on the record for Mr. Weiss. Find Mr. Weiss's files. Coming up.
I think I'm the ledge.
No, that's Mr. Williams.
3 files.
Yep.
All 24 Ls.
So just the ROH, Judge. They may have gotten stuck with something.
All right, let's see. So they're just ROAs.
Yes.
The rest are Rodney Terry.
Should be after Rodney Terry.
Just immediately after those.
Yeah,
Hooray.
I got him.
Yeah.
All right. All right, so we're on the record for these tickets, 24 L2878672, 671, and 673. That is the City of Lansing versus Marquise Weiss. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Duchesne.
Dan Duchesne for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Marquise Weiss.
And sir, you are Marquise Weiss, is that correct?
Marquise.
Marquise Weiss, thank you.
Yes.
This is the time set for City of Lansing pretrial. Mr. Duchesne, how are we proceeding? I believe Mr. Lee is going to be requesting an adjournment. Okay, so Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, Mr. Weiss would like to make an application for the Public Defender's Office. I have provided him with that information this morning, and he requests an adjournment to get an attorney assigned to his case.
And is that a fair statement, Mr. Weiss?
Yes.
All right. We'll adjourn for application for counsel. We'll adjourn 30 days out. We'll adjourn to November 19th at 9 o'clock. So this has been reset for November 19th at 9 o'clock. Anything else for the record on either one of these files? These ticket files, 671, 672, or 673, Mr. Duchesne?
Nothing for the city.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. So we've adjourned to November 19th at 9 o'clock, and you can make application to the Public Defender's Office. Thank you for your appearance today, Mr. Weiss.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So can you let Mr. Lee know one of his other clients is outside on the bench?
I'm free to go.
Mr. Esch.
Mr. Lee, Mr. Esch is present. He's out, it's in the hallway, I think.
Am I free to go, Judge?
What's that? Yes, you are, Mr. Weiss.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
And
Your
then,
Honor.
Mr. Lee, I don't know, do you have Mr. Williams?
I do not.
Anthony Williams?
I do not.
All right.
I do have Jeffrey Smith.
All right. You have Jeffrey Smith. I don't see Mr. And then Mr. Esch is here. He's in the hallway.
Okay.
Did you want to go on Mr. Smith?
I need to speak with him, Your Honor.
All right. So, Mr. Smith, I'm going to put you in. So, Mr. Lee, you can go back to room 1. And then I will put Mr. Smith, I'll put you in room 1, okay? You'll have to unmute. Mr. Smith, are you there? You'll have to unmute. Mr. Smith, are you there?
Yes.
All right, you're gonna get a prompt to go to room 1 to meet with your lawyer.
Okay.
29,574. This Sheldon.
So you should have a prompt to go to room 1. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2400381. That is the City of Lansing versus Robert Cena. This is the time set for show cause concerning a outstanding debt of $325 to the City of Lansing. It appears that it was scheduled for 9 o'clock, for 11 o'clock. It is now 11:58. It would appear that Mr. Cena has failed to appear for the show cause hearing. I don't see Mr. Cena in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. And Mr. Esch was the only one in the hallway.
Yes.
Yeah. Mr. Cena, it was not in the hallway. So for the fail to appear, I'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture. That's all for the record in 2400381.
I do believe Benjamin Levine is not represented by PD, so that would be one that we could do.
All right. I don't see Mr. Levine around. There's nobody by that name in the Zoom courtroom. And I don't think Mr. Levine's in the physical courtroom.
I don't want to visit Lee on the same day that we're having problems. Yeah, application.
So let's ask that same question to Mr. Lee.
He declined.
He declined?
Yep, he declined.
All right. So do you want to call him?
That's fine.
Yeah, that was a 10 o'clock. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2402369. That is the City of Lansing versus Benjamin Levine. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Guerin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring, appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Okay, this is the time set for pre-trial in the matter. This was set for 10 o'clock. It is now 12 o'clock. I do not see Mr. Levine in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, and Mr. Esch was the only person in the hallway. It would appear that the defendants failed to appear for the Lansing pre-trial. Mr. Gehring, how would you like to proceed?
We would request a bench warrant and bond forfeiture at this time.
So the court will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture for the fail to appear on Mr. Levine. Anything else for the record in 24-02-369, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing. Right.
We should be all set on Mr. Levine. Oh, is Mr. Benson? Oh, that's Mr. Lee. And Mr. Esch.
Williams on Zoom.
Mr. Williams is on Zoom. I think he's not represented, but he wants to be represented. So, Mr. Lee, did you have the opportunity to speak with Mr. Smith?
I did, Your Honor, and we are prepared to continue.
All right. So let me. All right, so we're on the record in docket. So, Mr. Smith, we'll call your cases. You can unmute. Mr. Smith, we can call your cases. You can unmute. Mr. Smith, can you hear me? Mr. Smith, you're going to need to unmute.
All right, here I am.
All right, Mr. Smith. So we're on the record in docket 24-02-843, 24-03-010, and 24-03-014. That's the city of Lansing versus Jeffrey Smith. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Duchesne.
Dan Duchesne for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Jeffrey Smith.
And sir, you are Jeffrey Smith, is that correct?
Yes.
And you can hear me all right, Mr. Smith?
Yes.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a pre-trial in the matter. Mr. Duchesne, how are we proceeding, or would you like to defer?
I'll defer to Mr. Lee.
Mr. Lee.
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we would like to set this matter for a final pre-trial.
All right. So we'll set for final pre-trial. We'll set for November 12th at 8:30.
All right. Okay.
So this is set for final pretrial on November 12th at 8:30 on file 24-02-843, 24-03-010, and 24-03-014. Anything else for the record in any one of these files, Mr. Duchesne?
I'm assuming we do want to subpoena witnesses.
Yes, please.
Okay, so we'll have subpoenas we'll subpoena witnesses for that final pretrial.
Non-police witnesses.
Non-police witnesses, correct. November 12th at 8:30. All right, anything else, Mr. Lee?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, we're all set, Mr. Smith. Thank you for your appearance today. We'll see you on November 12th at 8:30.
Okay.
And then we have Mr. Lee. We can put Mr. Williams just on the record. And then he's going to meet with Mr. Esch. What's that? I don't think he's on Zoom anymore.
Okay, gotcha.
Then I'll start calling some of our show causes. There's no already. Did you see already?
Yes.
We did.
Be and bring we're in show cause like.
All right, we're in show cause. Emory. Twenty-three zero two three. Sorry, 23-027-35. That is the City of Lansing versus John Mazer. This is the time set for show cause hearing. Was scheduled for 11 o'clock. It is now 12:07. I do not see a John Mazer in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. Mr. Esch was the only person in the hallway. So I will issue, so it would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the show cause hearing. And a bench warrant and bond forfeiture is issued. That's all for the record in 23-027-35. And Miss Jordan. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00509. That is the City of Lansing versus Sienna Jordan. This is set for show cause hearing at 11:30 today. This is set for 11:30. It is now 12:08. It would appear that Ms. Jordan has failed to appear for the show cause hearing. This is an outstanding debt of it's like $160 to the City of Lansing. This is scheduled for 11:30. I do not see a Sienna Jordan in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or hallway. And a bench warrant and bond forfeiture will be issued for her non-appearance at the show cause hearing. That's all for the record in 24-00509.
$48 on
We can. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2023 L2817971. That is the City of Lansing versus Tyrant Stuckey. And this is a show cause for a balance of $48 left on the ticket. So I'm going to administratively close the file. He was a fail to appear. I won't write that because that'll be confusing.
Okay.
So that's all for the record. Ace, for 23L28179171, I'm going to administratively close that file. Is this Mr. Esch?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24023328. That is the City of Lansing versus Tracy Esch. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Duchesne.
Dan Duchesne for the City of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Tracy Esch.
And sir, you are Tracy Esch, is that correct?
Yes, I am, sir.
Thank you. This is the time set for a pretrial in the matter. Mr. Duchesne, how are we proceeding?
I believe the defendant would like to proceed to trial, so he has no objection.
All right, is that a correct statement, Mr. Lee?
Yes, it is, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll set for final pretrial.
Your Honor, I think he wants to proceed directly to trial.
All
I
right.
think the witnesses in this case are police officers,
All right. So we can get a jury trial date if that's preferable. All right. So set for jury trial. What's that?
December 3rd at 8:15.
Okay, we'll set for jury trial date on December 3rd at 8:15. Yeah, set them both. I think they're on the same. Yeah, they're on the same. All right. So you'll get a notice from my court officer for that December 3rd at 8:15 date. Anything else for the record in 24023328, Mr. Duchesne?
Nothing for the city.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
All right, you're all set, Mr. Esch. Thank you for your appearance today.
Okay.
It's on the record. Gotcha. Let's go ahead and put Williams on the record. I think he's making financial application, but I want to put it on the record just so, because I'm not sure. He's on Zoom. All right, Mr. Williams, we'll call your case. You can unmute. So we're on the record in docket 24L2898333 and 24L2898332. That is City of Lansing versus Anthony Williams. Appearances for the record, Mr. Duchesne.
Dan Duchesne for the City of Lansing.
And then Mr. Williams, you are Anthony Williams, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And it's my understanding you had previously applied for the Public Defender's Office, and for whatever reason, you have not received word from them. You may want to make reapplication. Is that a fair statement, Mr. Williams?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So let's adjourn this matter. And I don't know. At arraignment, you made application for whatever reason. There was a mix-up, but I want to make sure that you have a lawyer for these misdemeanor charges. All right, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, so let's adjourn for 30 days so that Mr. Williams can make, or can just follow up on his application, don't you think?
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. Adjourn for 30 days to follow up on application. And we'll set it for November
November 19th at 9.
November 19th at 9 o'clock. Mr. Williams, you'll get notice sent on that November 19th at 9 o'clock. You probably should follow up on the application just to make sure that they have anything, all the information they need. And you should give them that date too, November 19th at 9 o'clock. All right, sir?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you need the public defender's office in order just to seek application or to follow up on your application?
I still have my first public attorney's.
All right, so you have that number,
card.
sir?
Yeah.
All right. Anything else for the record in 24 L292898333 or 8332, Mr. Duchesne?
Nothing for the city.
All right. So, Mr. Williams, you should be all set. Follow up on that application. We'll be back on November 19th at 9 o'clock. All right, sir?
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right, so we're on the record in docket 22 L276450. That is the city of Lansing versus Brian Beeson. This is time set for show cause on an outstanding balance of $186. This was scheduled for 11:30. It is now 12:18. It would appear that the defendant has failed to appear for the show cause hearing. I do not see Mr. Thielson in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. And we just did Mr. Esch in the hallway. Is there anybody else in the hallway? I don't think so.
I haven't checked them. I can check them.
So at this time, it would appear the defendants failed to appear for show cause hearing. We'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture.
It's just them.
Okay.
Mr. Gearing can vouch for me too. Nobody else.
All right, we'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture on Mr. Thielson. That's all for the record in that file. And then we're on the record in docket 24 L2547661. That is City of Lansing versus David Thomas. This is a show cause hearing for an outstanding balance of $197. It appeared that defendant, this was scheduled for 11:30. It is now 12:25. And the defendant has failed to appear for the show cause hearing. I do not see Mr. Thomas in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or hallway. And a bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued for the for Mr. Thomas's non-appearance. That's all for the record in 20 L2547661. And then we're on the record in dockets 1800669. That is the City of Lansing versus Jesse Van Patten. Looks like there was a payment plan on the original debt. It looks like almost like $600. $685. So this is a balance of $685. And this was set for 11:30. It is now 12:21. It would appear the defendant has failed to appear for the show cause hearing. I do not see Mr. Van Patten in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or hallway. And a bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued for Mr. Van Patten's non-appearance. Looks like this was scheduled on September 19th by Judge Simmons. So that's all for the record in 1800669. All right.
Do you want to sign you while we wait?
Sure. at 24 L28882291. It's the City of Lansing versus Kyle Benson. Appearances for the record, Mr. Duchesne.
Dan Duchesne for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Kyle Benson.
All right, this was scheduled for 10 o'clock. It is now 12:27. It would appear that Mr. Benson is not in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or hallway, and has failed to appear for his pretrial. Mr. Duchesne, how are we proceeding?
City requests that you revoke bond and issue a bench warrant.
Any comment, Mr. Lee, on that?
No comment, Your Honor.
All right. For the fail to appear for pretrial, bench warrant, and bond forfeiture are issued. And that's all for the record in 24 L2882291.
If you don't mind, sorry, I'm just trying to get a lay of the land for each courtroom. Do you usually do a courtesy 2 week out before you issue bench warrant?
We do 48-hour holds if it's a non-assaultive crime.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Otherwise, if you're not here, you get the warrant.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
So
for the most, like that'd be a 48-hour hold problem.
Okay.
Because that was an unlicensed. You just get in the habit. So let me put with a 48-hour hold. Just so if we don't,
let me take it out.
if he shows up, I mean, he doesn't have to have a bench warrant on driving while unlicensed. Because I was looking at it, I was like, holy cow.
You still need this?
No,
I took it out.
All right. So we'll issue on 24L2882291. We'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour.
Thanks for understanding my question.
Yeah, I absolutely. Thank you. All right, so we have Mr. Benson. These are the ones they're the multiple. So Mr. Hallam is next. Were you on that, Mr. Lee?
I do not believe so.
I don't think you were.
I was wondering if there's an application or anything.
I can check if you give me
Yeah.
one moment. He declined.
All right. Okay. So we're on the record in docket 24 L289773132 and 33. That is the City of Lansing versus Whitney Hallam. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record, Mr. Duchesne?
Dan Duchesne for the city of Lansing.
All right, this is the time set for a pretrial, a City of Lansing pretrial. And it was scheduled for 10:30. It is now 12:30. It appears that the defendant has failed to appear for the pretrial. Mr. Duchesne, how are we proceeding?
The city requests that the court revoke bond and issue a warrant.
All right, so for the no plate, no insurance, and failed to display, and without prior bench warrants, I was looking with them, prior bench warrants, we'll issue a bench warrant and a bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold. All right, so that's issued. All three files have a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour hold on Mr. Hallam. And then we have Mr. Jones. Then we have Mr. Terry. So we're on the record in docket 22-02384, 22-02943, and 23-03509. That's the City of Lansing versus Giselle Jones. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Duchesne.
Dan Duchesne for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I don't show her. Let me just look and see. If I can-
I have Watson as being
What's the first name?
Dezell, Dezell Jones.
I'm sorry, is this 2303-509?
This is 230350 and then 2202-943 and 2202-384.
Yes, we are representing on this class.
All right.
Can I have a minute to confer real quick?
Okay.
I don't know. I didn't even know he had a court date today. My system shows that he was last reported July 30th and his case is inactive. So whoever arraigned him did not update our system.
Right. So, yeah, I've got. Yeah. I've got a bunch of bench FTAs, so.
Okay.
Yeah. I got. So this time set for our indication on each one of those three trials for pretrial. It would appear that Mr. Jones did not appear for the pretrial. He is not in the Zoom courtroom or the physical courtroom. This was scheduled for 10:30. It is now 12:33. So on file 2202-384, it appears the defendants failed to appear on. He's failed to appear on 2303-509. That was scheduled for 10:30, and it's now 12:33. And then he's failed to appear for 2202-943. The FTA bench warrant on forfeiture. And I do not see him on any of these files in the Zoom courtroom or physical courtroom. And then for the record, Mr. Jones, I do have two failed to appears on 2202-943. I have 3 failed to appears on 2303-509. And then I have 2 failed to appears on 2202-384. So how would the city like to proceed today?
You request that the bond be revoked.
Okay.
Bench court issue.
Any comment, Mr. Lee?
No comment, Your Honor.
All right. So for the non-appearance, I'll issue an immediate bench warrant and bond forfeiture based on the prior failed to appears. And that's all for the record in 2202-384, 2303-509, and 2202-943. Then we have Mr. Terry's, I believe he's got
Count
8.
Yes.
8 files.
Yep.
All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-02086. 24-02464. 24-01687. 24-020-02301. 24. I don't know why I closed that file. 24-00964. And 24-02485. Twenty-four zero 2513. Megan's having PTSD right now. 24-02681. This is the time set for a pre-trial in the matter. It was scheduled for 10:30. It is now 12:37. I do not see Mr. Terry in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, or hallway. It would appear that Mr. Terry has failed to appear on all 8 files for the pretrial. Mr. Duchesne, how would the city like to proceed?
Did you take appearances, Your Honor?
I may not have. I may not have. I don't think I did. Appearances for the record, Mr. Duchesne, on all 8 files.
Danny Shane for the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender, John Lee, on behalf of Rodney Terry.
Okay, this is the time set as indicated on all 8 files pre-trial. It would appear that Mr. Terry has failed to appear. Mr. Duchesne, how would the city like to proceed now?
The city requests that bond be revoked and bench warrant issued.
All right, these are all trespasses, but I think some of them have failed to appear, multiple failed to appears. Mr. Lee, any comment on the request for bench warrant and bond forfeiture?
No comment. No.
All right. All right, the court will issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture on 2402-086, 2400-964, 2401-687, 2402-301, 2402-464, 2402-485, 24-02513, and 2402-681 for the defendants failed to appear on all 8 files. Anything else for the record on Mr. Terry, Mr. Duchesne?
Nothing for the city.
Mr. Lee, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance today.
So there are sentencing scheduled at 1:30.
Yeah, there's 4 sentences at 1:30.
I did not get a PSI in any of them. I don't know.
I sent them to Joel.
Oh,
because I
just
did
now?
not know.
Oh, I see.
Yep, we sent them to the attorneys of record.
Yep. Would you mind sending them to me? Or I guess I'll just get them from Joel.
Or you can, or
I don't
forward
even-
that to,
I don't even know where they are right now, but if I can
I will
find
get
them,
them from
sure.
When did you send them?
Last
Sometime?
week sometime.
Okay, all right. I'll have some hours.
sometime, the official date of sometime.
He said he
Sorry,
didn't get them either, but I'll double check.
I just do them as I get them,
Yep.
and I don't really know what day I sent them.
No worries. Thank you very much.
And then Mr. Lee, are you on those?
I am on those.
All right. And then Crampton's on 1. Or are you on
No, the
On
Beaton's
Beans or retained? And Megan, I want all those bench warrants now.
I'm typing them. She's not. I don't know why she's getting. I'm the one typing them.
That's a likely excuse.
People use this?
What's that?
Do people use this? Does the prosecutor use this?
Yes.
It looks older than me.
I bet you're right. I bet you're right.
The thing down here is.
We have technology. None of it's new.
The thing, the box thing is about half the size of this pad.
Yeah. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't work, depending. So, yeah. There's technology. I don't think any of it's new technology.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. See you.
We'll see you in a little bit.
5 minutes.
We'll see you in your account.
I'll be back.
Yes. Good job today. There's a lot of people.
Yeah, we moved some cases today.
Hopefully we don't have somebody the next time, guys.
Right.
I don't
You
think
keep
Wendy,
whining,
I don't
right?
think Wendy will ever do that because Dan. Is that right?
Yes.
Then come up here.
Table or the podium?
Either.
Okay.
Whatever's comfortable. All right, so we're on the record in docket 2400949. That is the city of Lansing versus Megan Bedan. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Deputy City Attorney Joel Gehring appearing on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Crampton.
Yes, Your Honor. Jeff Crampton on behalf of Ms.
And ma'am, you are Megan Bedan, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for sentencing in the matter. And Mr. Crampton, you had the opportunity to go over the pre-sentence with your client.
I did, Your Honor. We don't have any additions or corrections.
Thank you. And Mr. Gehring, is there any restitution on this case?
None, Your Honor.
All right. Allocution of Mr. Crampton.
Thank you, Your Honor. We really don't have a lot to add between the pre-sentence report and the substance use assessment. The hardest thing, I think, for Ms. Bedan is, she's totally dependent on her parents, and that's kind of a abusive situation right now. So that's the hardest thing, and I don't think there's anything any of us can do about that. It's just trying to get Ms. Bedan back to where she can work and get a license and get out of that environment. So, but otherwise, she's been doing pretty well, making good strides. So it was shaky today, but with that TBI, she just never knows how it's going to manifest it. And part of the problem of getting a job is, at least right now, her brain works faster than her mouth does, or mouth works faster than her. I'm not sure how that works, but she's working through that. And I think once she can get some more occupational therapy, she can get a job, and I think things will start to be better.
Ms. Bedan, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Gehring, anything from the city?
No position, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Mr. Crampton, with anything in regards to the PSI, other than the infirmities that your client has suffered concerning the brain injury, concerning the sentence?
I don't think so, Your Honor. The PSI, notes it and notes that that's why she's obviously not working and isn't able to at this point. So I think it takes care of it pretty well.
All right. So this is this judgment of sentence on the operating while impaired. Is this what is it, impaired or intoxicated? Amended to OWI.
Yeah.
Okay. So the court will indicate that you receive credit for the 2 days previously served. So 2 days in jail beginning October 22nd, 2024. Credits given for 2 days previously served. I'll order no additional jail time in this regard. Fines and costs, the fines and costs that are associated with this would go towards and you've already got an LPD restitution or the LPD costs. So I'll take that into account as that part being part of the fines and costs. So we'll set fines that cost $200 fine, $200 cost. Crime victims' rights fee of $75. State minimum cost fee of $50. We'll put you on 10 months, $30 a month probation for $300. And then the LPD restitution is plus the LPD cost of $328.04. I'll give you a grand total for that. 4 plus 75 plus 50 plus 300 plus 320 is $1,153.04. Probation's order for 10 months via Zoom is acceptable. It's $30 a month. No assaultive or threatening behavior, no use of possession of alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance, Submit to random PBTs and/or urinalysis as directed by your probation officer. No bars or nightclubs. There is a complete the following rehabilitative services, pay fees, and provide proof of completion of the court. And that would be monitored by your probation agent. That's outpatient substance abuse. And then continue with the mental health treatment that you're already involved in. You might have to sign a release for that. Obtain and maintain employment when able to do so. That's all when able to do so concerning some of the other matters going on. And then not purchase or possess firearms, ammunition, or weapons of any kind. This will be reported to the Secretary of State as it is a driving offense. Is there anything else concerning the judgment of sentence, Ms. Badani?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So do you want to make it pretty? You want this just? So I'm going to sign the original of the working copy, but I'll sign the original. You might want to stop by the 5th floor just to make sure you understand how the Zoom reporting is supposed to be, because that's the probation officer. And your probation officer on this case, at least the person who did the report, is Nathaniel Neves, who used to be my court officer. He's a really easy guy to work with, okay? He really is a pleasant fellow to work with. So I will sign that accordingly. And you should be all set. Do you have any questions of me concerning your judgment of sentence?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're all set. Thank you for your appearance.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
Thank you.
I'm gonna bring her file down in just a couple minutes.
Okay, so we'll just go to the floor.
It's not a bad idea to go to the floor, yeah.
Then Mr. Crawford, is that you, Mr. Lee? And then we have some question as to whether we're going to be joined by Mr. Jackson and Mr. Lewis.
There is questions.
But Mr. Lewis never stopped. I don't think we have a pre-sentence on Mr. Lewis. Mr. Jackson, I didn't expect to see him today.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Some
was.
people can be a little predictable.
Yeah. He was fairly candid with his pre-sentence report. Yeah.
He has certain beliefs.
Yeah, he has certain beliefs, and those beliefs may or may not have consequences, but I respect his ability to indicate his beliefs.
Articulate his beliefs.
Yeah. All right, so we're on the record in docket 24-00520. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Riley Crawford. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city of Lansing.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Riley Crawford.
And sir, you are Riley Crawford, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. This is the time set for a sentencing in the matter. And Mr. Lee, did you have the opportunity to go through the pre-sentence report with Mr. Crawford?
Yes, I did, Your Honor.
Any additions, deletions, or corrections?
No additions, deletions, or corrections.
And then, Mr. Gehring, is there any restitution on this file other than the LPD cost?
There are not.
All right, thank you. Mr. Lee, allocution.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Crawford has taken responsibility in this matter. He has participated fully in the process. He's a very responsible young man, currently works full-time at Glanbia manufacturer in St. John's, has developed a relationship with a young lady who has a child. They are all now living together. So he's a pseudo father figure for this 4-year-old boy and takes that very seriously. He wants to set a good example, and he understands that successfully completing probation would be the first place to start.
Mr. Crawford, is there anything you'd like to say to the court before the court passes sentence?
Just to the victims and everybody that's now using their resources on him, I apologize.
Mr. Gehring, anything from the city?
Nothing from the city.
All right. Well, Mr. Crawford, there's the overall impression from the pre-sentence investigation is really a relationship with alcohol and the type of relationship you're going to have with alcohol. And parts of it, you understand how destructive alcohol can be. All right. And so you're going to have to deal with that. You're relatively, this is coming from an old guy, but you're relatively young man. All right. So I'm not concerned with I'm not concerned. I know where you're going to be, on probation. I'm really worried about you 5-10 years from now when you got to make big decisions concerning alcohol and your relationship with alcohol. And you got to do it without any of us. And so take this as a learning endeavor to make good decisions. All right. I think that's the heart of what we're looking at here. Because we understand that you've got a lot, there's a lot of time to make a lot of good decisions. All right. I read the probation report, the pre-sentence investigation. I think it's all fair. Does Mr. Crawford have any time? Because I didn't have any for credit for any time.
You've not seen it.
All right. All right. So I'm gonna spend 0 days in jail on this offense, beginning October 22nd. Credits giving for 0 day previously served. And then you're just on probation. Okay. And so as long as you do the following, we see less of each other. If I get a report from probation that this is a problem, then I get to look at your file and we get to meet up every week, and then it becomes a problem. All right. And you're working full time. You don't need that. So I think it's better. Your time is better spent at work than it is, making sure you do everything you're supposed to do on probation. What I'm trying to tell you is just make sure you do everything you're supposed to do on probation. It's meant to be a resource, and it's meant to help you. Okay. It's not meant to punish you. Okay. This is an operating while intoxicated. I'm going to set the fines of $200, costs at $200. Crime victims' rights fee of $75. State minimum course cost of $50. Probation is set for $30 for 8 months. So that's $240. And then there's an LPD recovery cost of $562. And I'll give you a grand total for that. That can be paid over the course of probation. $1,327.62. You're put on probation for 8 months, and your probation officer is Jody Bayless. All right. So it should be, so you know who you're to report to. At least that's the person who did the report. So you should go down to the 5th floor and make sure that you know how to report. I think it's 8 months, abide by terms of probation. Just make sure you know all the rules there for reporting. No assaultive or threatening behavior, no use of possession of alcohol, marijuana, or controlled substance without a prescription. Submit to random PBTs, enter urinalysis as directed. Usually that's what kind of picks people up. Okay, that's what the violation is that people don't test, or they don't go at all, or they test dirty. And then we've got to address that, because we've got to figure out, all right, is this a problem? Because we want to fix it. Okay? We want to do something, or at least we want to give you the tools to fix it. All right. So that's usually, so so take care of that. Okay. I mean, that's no bars or nightclubs, outpatient substance abuse treatment and paying any fees. That's complete following rehabilitative services, pay fees and provide proof of completion to the court. That's between you and the probation officer to find the outpatient substance abuse treatment and pay the fees associated with it. Attend a 12-step program with written verification as directed by your probation officer. I kind of like that. Because nobody does this on purpose. It's not that type of, people get in a car and they drink, and they think they're okay to drink, and they think they're okay to drive. And then they end up hurting somebody, and they feel bad about it because they didn't intend to hurt anyone. They went in and made a poor decision. I think it's important for people to know that. And I think just talking about yourself and your own experience gives way to, maybe you should think before you do that. All right. Attend the victim impact panel within 90 days, obtain and maintain employment, which you're already doing. Not purchase or possess firearms, ammunition, or weapons of any kind over the course of probation. This operating while intoxicated is reportable to the Secretary of State, as you know. Do you have any questions of me concerning the judgment of sentence, Mr. Crawford?
No.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing from me.
All right. Then we'll make it all look real pretty. I'll sign the order dating today's date. You should go down to the 5th floor. Just make sure you know who to report to, and you should be all set. All right, Mr. Crawford.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your appearance tonight.
I just bring the file down, but you can go ahead and go down
Back to the ship. Yeah. I remember.
All right, and then we have Mr. Jackson. Did you want to go call for Mr. Jackson and Mr. Lewis?
Sure can.
I don't think they're out there, but you never know.
You want to be able to say you did it.
Yeah, yeah. We want the record to reflect that they had every opportunity. But I almost would have been more surprised if Mr. Jackson had Mr. Lewis. I kind of knew. Mr. Jackson, his pre-sentence was very straightforward and not long. You know,
Yeah.
it's not a long. So, all right. So we're on the record in docket 24-01851. And this is a sentencing for the city of Lansing versus Charles Jackson. Parties appearances for the record, Mr. Garrett.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Charles Jackson.
This was scheduled for 1:30 and it is now 2:19. I don't see a Charles Jackson in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom, and Ms. Slaviak called out the name in the hallway. It appears that Mr. Jackson has failed to appear for sentencing. This was previously set for sentencing on August 27th, in which the defendant pled to the no insurance, and then we set it for today's date. Mr. Gehring, how would the city like to proceed?
Well, Your Honor, I guess at this point, we'll just move forward at your discretion, frankly.
So
you have more.
Yeah, well,
acquaintance with this than-
I don't have any previous bench warrant or bond forfeiture, and so I'm not. So my indication is for the fail to appear at sentencing, which was pretty straightforward. And then reading the pre-sentence report, it was pretty straightforward about how he saw this insurance endeavor. So I think rightfully this is not an assault of crime. So I'm going to issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture with a 48-hour.
That sounds
Very
good.
well, thank you.
All right, anything else for the record in 24-01851, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. It's Mr. Jackson. And then Mr. Lewis. We're probably, according to the pre-sentence, we're one of many files that he might be addressing at this point. So. All right, so we're on the record in docket 21-02635. That is people of the city of Lansing versus Remy Marquise Lewis. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Gehring.
Thank you, Your Honor. Joel Gehring on behalf of the city.
Mr. Lee.
Assistant Public Defender John Lee on behalf of Remy Lewis.
Right, this is the time set for a sentencing in the matter, and then I'll allow everybody to make a record, but it's the court's understanding that Mr. Lewis this is for a plea on August 13th, a plea on August 13th, and it was set for today's date. And then we received a notice, a no-show report on September 30th, indicating that Mr. Lewis had not checked into pretrial services, or I should say to probation. He was scheduled to meet with the probation officer on August 23rd for his in-person pre-sentence. He failed to report on that date. And then as of October 2nd, the officer, Jody Bayless, had not heard from him. And once again, he has failed to appear today. He's not in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. And this was scheduled for, and this is an older case, but this was scheduled for 1:30 today. And it is now 2:23. And I believe this case initially came to arraignment on September 22nd, 2021. And I have at least two prior fail to appears out of this case. So for the fail to appear for sentencing, we'll issue a bench warrant and bond forfeiture. I'm not going to do it with a 48-hour hold because it at this point with a 2-year-old case and prior fail to appears, and there may be, and we'll check into it. Mr. Lewis may be incarcerated someplace else. Yeah, he may well be. I mean,
Assault with a dangerous weapon outstanding.
Yeah, there's outstanding warrants, so I'm not sure, but we've received no information of that except that those cases are pending, and that was looked up by the probation department. So I'm going to indicate the defendants failed to appear for the sentencing. Then a bench warrant and bond forfeiture are issued. Anything towards any comments or anything you want to put on the record, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing from the city, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing for the defense.
All right. So we'll issue a bench warrant bond forfeiture on Mr. Lewis. Anything else for the record in 21-02635, Mr. Gehring?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr. Lee?
Nothing further.
All right. We're all set. Oh, that's good. Mr. Lewis, not surprising. And Mr. Akanicki, we're waiting on Mr. Puckett, is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor, I know I'm supposed to be there in person, so I have an issue with getting there in person today. I tried to reach out to Mr. Puckett and he didn't answer, so either we'll resolve it or I'll have to ask for an adjournment, I suppose.
All right, well, let's see if he shows up because they also, you were supposed to meet with legal services and we didn't receive an appearance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so let's wait the 15 minutes and then we'll call the case to see if he shows.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you all for a lovely day.
Take care, Lee. We moved some files today.
Yeah, some files is
All right, so Mr. Akanicki, we can call your case. I don't see Mr. Puckett. I don't think he's coming.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. So we're on the record in docket 24-06405. That is Door Real Estate and Management versus Alvin Puckett. Will the parties please introduce themselves for the record? Mr. Akanicki.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Robert Akanicki, attorney for the plaintiff.
All right, and so this was, wow, that's loud. You just heard traffic outside and it was loud. So I thought I'd put that on the record. So this was scheduled for 2:30 and it is now 2:50. We previously met on October 2nd. All the parties appeared. The tenant was to meet with legal services. We did not receive an appearance from legal services. At this time, I do not see Mr. Puckett in the Zoom courtroom, physical courtroom. We have called the hallway. I don't think there's anybody in the hallway. It would appear that the defendants failed to appear. Make sure this is failed to appear for the landlord-tenant hearing. Mr. Akanicki, how would you like to proceed?
Your Honor, at this time, I would be requesting a default judgment. The total amount to retain possession, well, the rent to retain possession is $3,574. Cost of $238.02 for a total of $3,812.02. The date, the writ date, I believe, would be. Let's see here. The writ date I have would be November 4th, and the property was kept fit for the use intended. I don't believe that Mr. Puckett, to my knowledge, is incapacitated or in the military service. And I'm just checking really quick to see if we requested a money judgment or not. So it looks like being slow.
Okay, so let's see, one. So I've got the writ date as November 1st. Does that sound right?
That could be. I think I just had the 4th. I'm used to putting them on a Monday. But our hearing's on Tuesday today, so that's probably right. I'll put November 1st instead of November 4th. And it looks like the complaint that we filed was for possession. I retract what I said. This was apparently filed as a health hazard complaint, and so
I think it was. It was a hazard injury.
Yep. So I guess I'll take back everything I said. This is just the plaintiff has the right to recover possession of the property. There's no rent part that's on here, and so I'll check box 4B. Plaintiff can apply for an order of eviction if defendant does not move out by 11/1/2024. The defendant may be liable for money damages if there's additional owed acceptance. There's partial payment will not prevent the court from issuing an order of eviction. No money judgment is entered at this time.
All right, and so you'll enter an order to that effect.
I will submit it right now, Your Honor.
All right. So it's so I will await to sign the order for the and this is a default for non-appearance. Anything else for the record in docket 24-06405, Mr. Akanicki?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
You should be all set, sir. Thank you for your appearance.